All right, all right, all right. Here we go again. I don't think I have an exciting week planned for you. Psycho Trader is kind of at ease, and not much going on right now in the market. Market's kind of flat. If you looked at my morning market meeting, I'm just kind of watching this doji right here. I'm expecting a couple of dojis similar to that, and that should spur a little retrace. And I guess it would not be unjust to say we can expect at least a pullback to the 443 range, 100-point pullback. I would really like that, man. That get some premiums going in the options contracts. It would look nice and healthy. Seems logical. You know, you got a good congestion area right along this line, that horizontal line. Horizontal. Yeah, man, I think that's a good goal. Yeah, man. So that's what I'm looking for. And on those dips, watch those securities that I like. If you like them too and they fit in your investment program and your risk management, then you can start buying these suckers on dips. I really like the palladium idea. So if you could snatch that up on dips, that'd be cool. Maybe buy a little piece, see if you can buy another piece down around the 95 range. But, you know, just buy a little piece here so you're not missing out. And that's it, man. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm waiting for. So there's a phone number in the title. I'll throw it in the chat again. You could reach out and touch someone. Tell me what you're thinking, what you're doing. Futures look like they're pushing up into the open. And we have 10 minutes to the open. 6 minutes till the party starts. Anybody want to share any weekend stories? I was Domestic Dave. Did some really good cooking, though. Made a nice pumpkin pie. Had a really nice pie pumpkin. It was like perfect ripeness. And I figured out how to make my pumpkin pie like light and airy. And what else? I made a beef Wellington, which was okay, man. But it was the first beef Wellington I've ever made. So I'd say it was really good for a first go. But in my mind, I have a lot of tweaks I want to do to it. So I'm looking forward to my second beef Wellington, which I suspect won't be until the spring because I'm getting out of this weather, this cold weather where I have a runny nose. I'm an angry young man with a runny nose. And I was looking at the sailing, at the weather, and it was looking real good, man. Everything was in my favor last night, and then this morning, it's like, you know, the whole picture changed, man. I think there's like a nor'easter that just developed. It's just changing the wind patterns. Looks a little bit rough. Yeah, you know what? It changed again. It looks doable again. I guess I'm just going to have to gauge it when I'm just down around that area. There's definitely a calm that's screwing it up on the second. Yeah, there's a little system that's developing. Off of Massachusetts, Rhode Island area. And it seems like it's sucking the wind up from the south. What a drag. Yeah, off of Atlantic City. Maybe it'll move out quicker. It's going to slow me down. It's a drag. It's a drag. Going to end up stuck in the ICW, which is not a terrible thing. You know, it's interesting. It's just, you know, you get all these idiots from the north coming down the coast, you know, in their sea rays with the sea ray mentality, the me first kind of mentality, you know. And I've grown accustomed to that southern hospitality where people are courteous and, you know, consider others' well-being before themselves. And then you have to fight with those bozos, you know, and that sucks when you're in a sailboat. Mm-mm. But it will be nice to get down south. It's just going to take me a long time if I stay on the ICW. It'll take me like 2 weeks on the ICW. Well, it'll take me 4 days if I, you know, go outside and hit the ocean. And I had read that there were a lot of whales out there. There are a couple of pods out there, so I'd like to see that. And I'm taking a dude with me who hasn't experienced that, so that would be a blast, man. I mean, I'd like to capture his face on camera on his first whale sighting. Probably behave like a big old teenager. Man, MasterCard is starting to offer crypto services. Labor challenges weigh on sales. People don't realize, but this is the demise of the blue-collar worker, because everybody is finding automated solutions. Oh, there we go. The market is on the track. And we're opening up 12 points. So what's the picture look like on the daily? Can I anticipate? Yeah, this could even be a similar dojo, just a little higher. I like it better when they're side by side. But if it builds a little dojo over here, that'll work too. Certainly nowhere where I want to take a position. And I'm going to watch the 30, see if I squeeze a directional out today. Yeah, that daily momentum's just rolling over, man. The market's overextended. The 60's fair value. But we hit a resistance. I'm going to take that break on the 30-second bar. She looks like she might be making a move to the upside. Market's trying to figure out what it wants to do today. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, so the entry was at 53.48. I'm going one off right here. Picked up $1.75 on that. See if we can close that gap entirely. I have my stop at break even. I'm trying to take my second one off right about the 46.97 mark. Looks like the 30 seconds build in a bear flag. Based on that daily dojo, it's not. There's nothing really telling me today would fall apart. I would expect another consolidating doji, not dojo, doji, consolidating doji. So I'm really not expecting much drama today, but it seems like the past 3 weeks, nothing transpired as I expected. It's not impossible. We may break the low of the days. I guess nothing's impossible. Doesn't look like that flag wants to trigger either. Come on, man. Close that gap. I think it's been a week since I had a really sweet directional trade. I'm due. I know Psycho Broker or Psycho Trader, I forget what we're calling him at this point. He's probably happy. I'm not getting texts. I'm not getting calls. He had a fairly decent weekend. There you go. Come on. Come on. That 30-second looks good and negative. Looks like that 2 minutes rolling over. The 5-minute is still bullish, but may very well roll over. Taking the second, third off right here, and I'm just leaving that last one on for a runner. Now that turned into a nice trade, man. Five-minute just rolled around. I'm expecting a little retrace, and it'll still go. And I've still got that. I've got that last third on maybe this bad boy will just fall apart. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 5-minute turned around now. And 2 minutes getting a little overextended. I'm going to lock in 500. It's probably going to bounce back and whack me out. I know I'm locking it in too soon, but I'm getting greedy. I don't even see a target at this point. I'm getting texts, probably silly things from Psycho Broker. You'd think he would pay attention. Oh, here you go. This could be a little bounce right here. My stop is pretty much right down behind this 5-minute bar right now. So that locks in 10 points, so 5 points on that contract. So that's cool. I hit 175. I got like a 350, and now I've got about 5 points in the last piece. That makes a really good day. I'm not even going to worry about that one anymore. I'm just going to let it do what it's got to do. Do what you got to do. What's going on here? Hit a little congestion right around here. Monday's usually a trending day, so I'm going to hold out and see if we keep moving down. I mean, we're only down $4, which is a coolness. Dow's down 18. Composites down 6. This is just a flat day. Nothing really exciting going on. I don't have any orders out right now. The only thing I have open is my day trade. Hey, good morning, Tommy. Looks like it's going to whack me out. At least they're not juicing the premium to pop me out. I think we're probably going to make another bottom on that 2-minute. If I see that double bottom, I'll pull the plug if it doesn't pop me out first. Tesla's still screaming. That's what's holding the market up, holding the S&P up. Otherwise, the S&P would be pretty aggressive. The composite closed the gap for the day. The Russell did not close the gap for the day. The Dow closed the gap for the day a little while ago. So if we're going to turn around, this is where we turn around. Still looking for that double bottom, but I'm getting wicks to the downside. I'm about to get popped out of this biatch. Still in it. They should have taken me out, but they didn't take me out. I didn't see the print, but I'm still in it. This is encouraging because we only have about 13 minutes left on that 30-minute bar, and usually this is where that 30-minute bar reverses. So this is encouraging that we're going to have a trend to the downside. And I still got that 500 locked in. Probably going to pop me out on this move up. Ooh, she's rolling over. And you could still argue that the daily is still overbought, slightly overbought. So I think 494, it might be, oh, that's a lot. That's quite a move for a daily move. I don't know if I'm feeling that 494 today. I'm saying we just consolidate, move around a little bit. I'll just keep sitting on my hands waiting for this fucking flush out. I haven't put on any income spreads. From yesterday's low to today's high, we have already retraced 61%. And then came back above the 50% mark. And it looks like a trend reversal on the 32nd. I think we're just going to go into consolidation. I got a couple of bottoming tails on the 5-minute. So everything kind of looks like it's turning around. Mm-hmm. They're about to knock me out. Looks like it's just easing up, but if you look over here on the 30-second or even on the 1 minute, you could argue that this is a reverse micro trend. And well, you know what? It's making new highs, so the reverse micro trend concept is over, and I'm out of that trade, by the way. But I nailed 500 bucks a contract on that last piece, so yeah, that was sweet. So 5, 8, 9. It's a very good day. It's hitting a little resistance. Let's see what the 5 looks like. See all those bottoming tails. It's just not gaining steam. I think this is going to be a consolidating day, a range-bound day, and we may get the doji I was looking for on the daily. Strange bar, though, that 30-minute bar. Very strange bar. Indecisive. But if we could break yesterday's low throughout the day, then you could argue that the 30-minute reversed into a downtrend. Could argue the same on the 60 minutes. So we'll see what the day looks like. If it trades inside yesterday's bar, then we just entered a consolidation and we're not going to get any fall off. Have this Russian investor that I've worked with since 98. Haven't heard from her in quite some time. Hey, what's up, Yeti? Crazy loaded. Wow, look at that. That's a pushback. By the look of that 30-minute bar, that's a lot of strength. I'm just hanging out singing to myself. You guys don't want to hear this, so I got it on mute. Yeah, it looks like a consolidating day, a range-bound day. Oh, might have turned. Next 3 minutes, we'll get a direction on this next bar. Hopefully it starts pushing down, chews down that tail. I'm freezing, man. I'm freezing. Can't wait to get to a lower latitude. Yeah, it just looks like a doji on that last 30 minute. This is going to be a boring day. You will see me take my leave. But But I like the way it's setting up on the daily. It's setting up for a reversal. But again, we got a whole day, so anything could happen. We don't know where we'll end up. AMC. Let's take a look. Are people still hooked on this thing? It's gonna happen. What were the calls for AMC at 1,000? I think. What's interesting is we're still staying above. We haven't quite broke that trend line that we've been watching for God knows how long, where we said we remain bullish. I do believe it's going to close it. It's going to break it, but it just keeps bouncing. Here, look, I guess we put that trend line in somewhere around August 5th, and we just keep tagging off of it, but making lower lows. And this is the first time we tested it day by day. So we shall see, baby. We shall see. Let's see if it breaks that. Then it's going to have to break that 33.74 and then this low right here of 28.90. And if it could get through all those lows, then this baby should really start falling apart from there. Should start looking at nat gas. Oh, look at that. That baby is in a downtrend. Can't remember what the nat gas symbol was. NG, there you go. Mm-hmm. 10,000 a share. Because of the timing, I don't know what you're referencing. I've forgotten everything that happened in the past 10 minutes. Oh, 10,000 a share on AMC. Yeah. They're trying. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, just a consolidation. Boring, boring, boring. But we made some good money today if you took that trade on the break to the downside. On the break, on the break. Hmm. See, this is where you want to be careful when you're in that consolidation pattern, and it's just chopping back and forth. This is how you end up just keep taking a hit, losing money, losing money, losing money. But this is great for a spread because the time is just running off. So Psycho Trader's looking good. And I'm so cold. I'm fucking cold. I hate this shit. But I think you know that. Actually, could you imagine being my girlfriend? She just hears it all the time as soon as the winter's coming. Like, as it's approaching, I stop bitching, I figure around end of August. Um, but as it's approaching, that's all she listens to. And that's all she gets to hear is me carrying on. But interestingly enough, she used to love the cold, not love the cold, but she appreciated the change of season and she didn't mind. And I was always the one crying. And I've been crying since I was in elementary school. I hate the cold. This season, she's like, I think I'm finally getting tired of it. And I was like, sweet. She'll probably hop on the boat with me, which be careful of what you wish for, eh? I see nothing I want to take. That 60-minute is, I guess you can argue it's a hangman because as of lunch yesterday, I guess that's a low. It's kind of an up move. Could be a hangman. It's not as, I'm kind of looking for patterns here. Because we thought that 30-minute would be a hangman, but we didn't really chew that tail. Can't remember my passwords. Just really leaving the mic on and babbling. Because I'm lonely. I had the dog up here with me the last week. And that was a nice bit of company. It was very strange to wake up this morning because there's just certain things you don't have to do when the dog's around or when the dog's not around. So it just seemed extra lonely. And then it was nice having the family around on the weekend. So, even now I could walk out on the deck of my office and I could see the dog running around. But now nothing. I have nothing. I don't even know what we're doing here, man. No double tops. It's just consolidation. There's just nothing to figure. You just got to wait for a break of the high or the low if you're looking for a trade on the SPX today. And I don't know. I think we're just going to stay in that consolidation. I mean, you could see it on the 1 minute. You could see the high at the open, and then we made that low, and now we're just trading inside of that. Classic consolidation. And you don't want to trade in that range. You just get all chopped up. You want to wait for a break of the high or the low. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. The Russell is breaking to a new high, and the Dow's in consolidation, SPX in consolidation. Composite is putting in a double top. Looks like it might just break that double top on this move right here. Tesla is probably what's supporting the market right here. We didn't get that finger I was looking for, but the momentum is just not strong on the upside, and the daily looks good for that reversal. It's just taking its time. Mm-mm-mm. Composite can't even get any legs. No, I've just got a strange craving for fish salad. An Italian fish salad.
New to Medicare? Get the big picture.
I'm just watching the market, doing a little homework. Nothing really going on.
You face each day with the same simple desire as yesterday, to be more, and to deliver even more value to your clients, business, and colleagues. When you work with us, you're not only equipped to be more each day, you're empowered with a framework for tomorrow and the ability to focus on what matters most. That's the more you strive for each day, and that's the more we want to help you achieve together.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. I'm bored. Anybody else bored? Okay. They're still talking about the billionaire tax. Taxing unrealized gains. I mean, talk about stymieing growth. Oh, she was born in Brooklyn. I wonder where she was born. I'm a Brooklyn boy myself. Brooklyn. Oh, Bay Ridge. Not too far from where I was. Oh, she grew up a very different life, though. Her mother was an elementary school teacher, and her father was a physician. Janet Yellen. She has a $20 million net worth. Came out of an upper middle class. And she acquired her wealth through stock positions and speaking engagements. Nah, no sleight of hand there. Nope, Tommy. Again, I don't know what that is. So, I mean, because I get these things late, it's usually good that you're a little more clear on the question so that I know what that stands for. Appreciate everybody hanging in with me on this boring day. It looks like we're racing for the open. I might take that break of the high of the day. I'm looking at it. Looks like things are getting a little overextended, though. But the fact that we ran down and then traded back up is kind of good. We might just test that break. I'm going to look at it, see how it stacks up. Actually, looking at that 30, it becomes less enticing. Five minutes pretty bullish, though. Nah, it's getting overextended in my book. I'm not going to mess with it. It looks like it'll probably just tag and maybe trade off. I don't think it's going to run much. It's getting some overextended indications. Taxing the unrealized gains. Well, I mean, obviously it's going to help somebody, a lot of social services and stuff like that. I'm kind of up in the air about the social services. I mean, everybody loves free stuff. I mean, there are people I think deserve to be taken care of. I think that a lot of the services that apply to our elderly, it's important. Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security up in that. I mean, but these are things that people have paid into from pitching in to help build the country, whether they're doing blue collar work or expanding business or what have you. But yeah, I mean, that's where all the money's going to go. It's going to go to social service, and we don't get a lot of return from feeding the weak. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's the case, and that's what happens. If I was confident the money would go into expanding our country, R&D, things like that, I'd be down. And I'm kind of tired of, fighting wars that don't make sense to us. I mean, like, we really care what the Taliban's doing in their country. Let them take care of that shit. When they got a good foothold on it and they take the initiative, then, we can get behind them and help them out. But, I mean, we're sitting here forcing our Christian ideals on the rest of the world. It's just a waste of money, and I don't think that it ought to be sucked out of the wealthy. I mean, wealthy people use their money to make jobs and expand shit. That's the bottom line. So I don't like the idea of taxing unrealized gains. I'm not opposed to the idea of upping the tax on realized gains or eliminating a lot of the write-offs because they're savvy and there's a lot of loopholes. I mean, I'd take advantage of them myself, and you pay a lot less taxes than the working guy. So I mean, even a flat tax, man, if you went a flat tax 10% across the board, and I believe Ross Perot basically spelled this out, there was a lot of money left on the table that you would have accumulated, just flat taxing 10% across the board. And then even the burden, like everybody figure out, what you made that year, how much money came through the door, boom, pay 10%. It's that simple. So, I mean, it even eliminates the burden and cost of managing your books, or reduces the burden and cost of managing your books. And, I mean, Ross Perot is a smart dude, and he would have made a good president, I think. And he was just made to look like a psycho by the Bushes. I mean, it was savvy. The Bushes are savvy people, ruthless. King George, may he rest in peace, was one tough character. And, they made him look like a bozo. And I honestly believe that that's the lesson that Trump took, and that's why he hijacked the Republican Party and had all of the rhetoric and anti-immigration. He knew how to rally the mob and hijack a party, because Bush wasn't a Republican his whole life. He did a lot of work for the Democrats in the 70s and 80s, lots of support. I think he supported the Clintons. But, he decided he wanted to be president. He knew how to get there, and voila. That's why I always laugh when people say, such an idiot, such an idiot. If he was such an idiot, how did he Shanghai a party and become president? So, yeah, anyway, I know I digress. But, yeah, I don't believe in taxing unrealized gains. I mean, basically you invest in the market, you're sitting in the market, you're waiting for the market to go up. At the end of the year, you're holding a stock, you're up 10 points, and you got to pay taxes on that 10 points. And then you hold that stock, and at the end of the next year, you're down 15 points. Then what are we going to do? What am I getting, a credit now? And now the government's got to come up with a credit and send it back. I mean, I don't understand it. I mean, or they just take the gains and you eat the losses. I mean, That's a broker. You know, the government's becoming a stockbroker. You know, that was my program. I'd charge a commission, eat up your profits, and, you know, you'd eat up the gains, the losses. So, no, I don't think it would help. I think a revamp of the system. I think we need to flush the system and figure out what the hell we're spending all this money on. I mean, I understand what went on with COVID, but this shit has been going on for years. I mean, you know, they set budgets and then raise the budget limits. I mean, why set a budget if you raise the budget limit? You know what I mean? I mean, you don't have to stick to a budget if you raise the budget limit. Why make the budget? Just fucking spend. Get out there and spend. Which is what's going on. And, you know, just, I mean, look at New York. I mean, they're tantamount to going bankrupt. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, a funny thing, I was looking at insurance on my phone. And the insurance was phenomenal, really covered my ass. And if the phone broke, they'd even give me an upgrade and everything like that. And then the policy is consistent for 49 states in the country, except New York. You know, New York, they don't honor that insurance, or the company won't issue that policy in New York. I mean, crazy liberal democratic state, and you know, I mean, lots of social service, lots of poor people, lots of ignorant people, lots of theft, lots of cons, and they know that the insurance company knows that they'll just get raped if they have a policy like that. You know, there's no honor or anything. It's just, I don't know, me kind of concept. And I think that's what the Democratic Party kind of promotes. And yeah, this whole philosophy of, you know, gouge from the rich to feed the poor just doesn't work, man. Responsible spending, you know, create work. And you know what, decent people, I mean, they don't want a handout. They want a decent way of life. I mean, you know, right now we can't afford to eat. You know, rent is going through the roof. Electricity and energy is going through the roof. I don't think that you could just point to wealthy people doing this. I mean, you know, when you boil it down and you look at all your permits and registrations and everything, every dime, if you took every dime that went to the government in a year and just considered it tax, I know they have tons of different names for it, but just call it a tax, then you're paying roughly 60% of your income to the government. I mean, property tax, sales tax, gas tax, emergency tax, you know, police use or law enforcement use and special tax. So, you know, I mean, I've sat down, I've done the math. I mean, take the general property tax and sales tax and everything you tax. I mean, look at your phone bill. I mean, how many different branches of the government have their fingers in it, you know, both state, federal, local, you know, in your paycheck. And really, I mean, you're working, you know, 6 days out of 10 to pay the government, and you're getting 4 days worth of your effort. It's slavery. It's just fucking slavery, you know? So yeah, I mean, the problem is not who's paying what. I mean, there's a small issue there, but that's easily resolved. I mean, but just based on what they're generating now, I mean, they're not spending it on the working class, or even, well, the working class, I consider, you know, wealthy to blue collar working class. Everybody's working for a living. They're not spending that money on them, you know, and it's a political game, just like the prejudice shit, you know. They promote that and support it so that they can gain votes and keep the America separated. Because, you know, if you're opposed to the wealthy, then you know you're gonna vote Democrat and shit like that. And if you know, if white America is your enemy, you're gonna vote Democrat. You know, and that holds true for even like the white guilt thing, the white guilt individual. I mean, I don't support ignorance, and I don't support people judging somebody just based on their color. But I mean, I don't support this whole racist Black Lives Matter movement either. I mean, intelligent, well-educated, hardworking people, no matter what their color, all the fucking same, man, all the same. And I mean, anybody who doesn't recognize that is an asshole, and it's going to fall to the wayside anyway. So you don't have to have all this effort. But, they promote this hate and they promote this segregation so that they can maintain the votes. And they're doing the same. They're doing the same thing that with the rich that they do with separating whites from blacks, and I believe it's a Democratic policy. And that's cool that your check comes from taxes and you're probably making a contribution. And I'm not saying every tax doesn't go to somebody that's of value, but a small portion of it does. And I bet you're not being compensated what the American people would think that your efforts are worth, because money's being wasted elsewhere. And if it was handled responsibly, I mean, there are tons of people who work for the government that better the lives of the citizens. And they're all underpaid. I mean, that's the general idea. And then the organizations, for the most part, are poorly managed. And I mean, you see it blatantly in New York or along the coast. I'm sure California is the same way. I mean, I can go into a motor vehicle in Pennsylvania, and I'm in and out in 15 minutes. Everybody knows what they have to do. The places are clean, and it runs great. You walk into a motor vehicle in New York, the line's like 45 minutes long. You got some, half-ass employee who probably is there because of affirmative action and not because of their merits, chewing gum with their mouth open, rolling their spastic eyes, and has no idea what their job is and doesn't make any effort to get anybody out. And God forbid they got to get up out of their chair. It's like 45 minutes for them to walk across the room to get a pencil. So they employ the dregs of the earth, and it's just, it's just atrocious. It's just atrocious. So the tax dollar is getting pissed away, and all politicized. I mean, now even medicines are politicized. Like, you like one medicine, one medicine's like Republican, and you could see the bias. And they did it to Trump with that medicine that he took, that everybody said you don't take it and it doesn't work, but the studies show that it did work. And there are like certain medicines that the Democrats support and the Republicans support, and they politicize it just to separate the parties and shit. It's fucking ridiculous. See, and I'm not even worried about my algorithms. I'm so frustrated, so tired of all this. It's unbelievable. I mean, and you know what? Really, I made the conscious decision to just step out. That's why I live the manner in which I live. I mean, it's a pity, but at this point, I think it's idealism to say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. No, man. There's one fucking problem. And, well, there's two problems: politicians and the American education system. And really, what our politicians are able to do to our citizens is an indictment on our education system. Because people are generally stupid, and we feed into the stupidity, and we support the stupid people. Now we're just overrun with stupid people. I'm starting to get the text from Psycho Trader. Do you see resistance anywhere? What's going on? Why does it keep pushing up? What are we up? 12 points? I should just tell them to tune into the channel and listen to my babble. Don't worry about it. We're up 12 points. It's not going anywhere. Could be down 12 points by the end of the day. And he doesn't know where resistance is. I mean, see, this is what happens when you get emotional. I mean, really, this is making a push for the highs of yesterday right now. So obviously your next resistance at the highs of yesterday, right? But is he like thinking? No, he's being emotional and reactionary. I'm getting frustrated with this cat also. That's it. Dave's in a bad mood. I just want to go sailing, man. I'm cold and I'm burdened by the government, and I just want to go sailing. Looks like a hammer forming on the daily. All right, how many fucking times do I have to tell the guy that it can't be a hammer at the top of a run? I think I'm gonna have to make the sign of the cross over this guy and forget about him. I mean, I don't mind teaching him, but yo, at least hear what I'm saying. And that's an example of just like grasping for straws. He's just looking for a glimmer of hope right now. So he's going to look at the chart and try to make it fit into what it is that he wants to happen. I mean, that's a problem a lot of traders have. You know, when you get caught up in emotion, he's not being objective, not looking at what's transpiring, not looking at the rules. That's why he took the trade again. He didn't look at the rules. You know. I mean, it was just a newbie action. Hmm. I haven't even gotten a response from that Russian woman. I hope COVID didn't get her. I haven't heard from her in quite some time. Oh, lots of people dropped off my stream today. I like streaming, 'cause streaming will make you mine. What was I bitching about? Oh, yeah, the government. The government. The evil, evil government. This guy, I don't know, man. He's not doing anything. And again, yeah, you know, I'm not pointing my finger at him just because he's a Democrat. I mean, yeah, you know, I liked Obama, man. I liked Obama. And if we didn't have this problem with our parties, I think Obama would have made some good changes. I mean, everything I'm not going to agree with, but you know, that's why we do this. Every 4 years we have a revolution. You know, and we go out and we decide on what we're doing with our government. It's a revolution every 4 years. Yo, this cat is doing the wrong thing. He's making too many mistakes. Let's get somebody in there to straighten out what he did. You know, and just take the good from everybody. But no, they got to stop them from even doing good. Like you know, like right now, the Republicans don't want the Democrats to do any good because yo, we want the presidency next term. You know. So you know what? Honestly, we should just boom. That's it. Give them eight terms. That's it. Not 8 year terms. Not 2 times. You know, don't let them double it up. Give them 8 years. That's it. 8 years. Do what you got to do, and then you know we'll have our revolution and put somebody else in power in the next 8 years. Right. So we get the good from whoever's serving now, and then the next guy does some good and straightens out some of the bad that the last guy did. Like, yo, you know what? Trump didn't put a good face on us. You know, he didn't have tactics. But I thought, okay, it was appropriate. You had to be a bit of a hard-on. You know, I like what he did with the trade deals and what he attempted. I mean, he was undermined by the Democrats every step of the way. And it would have been more effective if we had unity in our country and accepted our president, let him do his job, and then whatever he fucks up, we fix in the next term. You know, or we keep the guy and let him keep going. And I mean, with all the bitching and moaning that you heard out of the Democratic Party, they didn't change anything. Nothing's changed. They're not fixing anything. They pissed France off. Everybody's like, oh, nobody likes Trump. Countries don't like Trump. I mean, it's France's fault. But I mean, the reality is that, we put an empty suit in the office. We might as well have elected the guy with affirmative action. Which basically, I guess we did. But, I had high hopes. I said, okay, he seems rather moderate. And, he seems, well thought out. Let's see what he could do. Just broke a new high. This is the text I get from the guy. Just broke a new high. So what does that mean, dude? Broke the high of the day. It didn't break a new high. Oh, this poor guy. This poor guy. So he's at 630, I think. So he's 70 points out of the money. I don't understand what he's carrying on about. Well, I guess it's uncomfortable. But that's what happens when you go against the grain. You get uncomfortable. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And now they got this yo-yo mayor coming into New York. And I mean, I guess I'm prejudging the guy, but I mean, I don't think he was elected on his merits. I think he was elected based on his skin. And, we did that in New York with David Dinkins because we wanted to show how progressive we are. We elected a black mayor, right? Like, this is fucking important that the guy's black. Not that the guy has the credibility. So I'm afraid they have another empty suit going in there. And I made a fortune when Dinkins was in there because the guy was so corrupt. I was in construction. I hooked up with a couple of my friends, black guys, and we created a minority construction company. I already had a construction company that was working in Manhattan, and I just sucked up, and so I had the contacts and the reputation and everything, and I just sucked up all the minority work in Manhattan, and we made a bundle, and the guys I hooked up with, I mean, they were just smart guys, and they were good businessmen too, so it just worked out. I mean, it worked because they were black, but they were. I wouldn't have done it if they weren't good businessmen because they just blow up the deal, That's where you get guys trying to renegotiate a deal down the road or what have you. But these guys, I mean, I worked with these guys before we created the company together. And we made a lot of money together because Dinkins was so corrupt, but the city just took a nosedive. And you could never drive through the city because this guy was always in a limousine with an entourage going to play tennis. That's all this guy ever did. And I mean, I was working right there in Manhattan. I swear to God, man, at least 2 times a week, you would see a caravan of police cars and limousines to take this guy to go play tennis. So anyway, I was teasing my friends who live in New York now that they're about to come into that David Dinkins era. I mean, I could be entirely wrong. I don't know this guy, this mayor, and I didn't do any work on the background because I'm just out of New York right now. I mean, he could very well be a viable and effective politician, but I'm doubting it. Because he would have made noise a long time ago. He would, you can't hold a good guy down. I know lots of businessmen who made a lot of money. Black businessmen made a lot of money long before everybody was wiping somebody's ass. Despite the environment, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it takes. I mean, I don't care what color you are. You have to have that ability to be successful despite the environment you're working in. I guess that's what competition is. I don't know why. I really don't think about this shit all the time, except like when I'm sitting here on the mic. I guess I'm just sitting here bored watching the market, making myself upset. Actually, what set me off really was coming across that insurance policy this morning, and seeing that. And yet, interestingly enough, I for an automobile, for Josephine's automobile. Oops, my girlfriend's automobile. It cost me $5,000 a year in New York. It cost me $500 a year in Pennsylvania. I mean, is that not amazing, man? 10 times because it's in New York. And I understand it, man. You drive through New York, I mean, people are zipping around, cutting you off. I mean, your car's getting banged up in the parking lots. People are so inconsiderate, My girlfriend just had an incident where a guy was like aggressive with a car because she was like slow of coming off the light, and he was like swerving his car at her. And she's real handy in a car. I mean, you can't really intimidate her in a car. She could, handle it. And, I mean, she'll scare a guy off the road by swerving at him or what have you. She has this, I mean, she doesn't. She's a very good person and, doesn't make bad situations worse. But, she's no. So this guy was trying to intimidate her, and couldn't. But could you imagine, man, doing that to a woman? I couldn't imagine doing that to a woman, I mean, I'm old school, I guess, where you respect women. And you certainly don't invoke violence with them. But, that's New York. I love the rants. All right, well, producer, you let me know when I'm getting out of hand or getting offensive. Yeah, I do hear that people love the rants. How do I promote that? Maybe I should just promote that. Go online and rant. Be like a shock jock, like Stern, Howard Stern. And I think about it, too. I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, I don't want to offend black folks or, Hispanics or minorities or anything like that. But then again, I think that if I am offending somebody, they're not hearing me, man, because I really don't care or I do care what your race or nationality is, because I love difference, I love change. That's why I travel. I love experiencing the different cultures, and I appreciate it, man. And you can't even say that there's difference in cultures, but I like going into a Spanish household or a black household and seeing what the differences are between my household and their household. And then when you get down to white, I mean, there was a big difference between an Italian household in Brooklyn and a Jewish household. There was a big difference in the manner in which things were treated, and the smells, right? Because the foods are different, the houses smelled different, and the interactions. A lot of the Italian households, the male was dominant and almost treated like royalty, and then the Jewish households, the women were king, and I mean, they were all mouth, and the guys catered to the women, and all very happy households, but the dynamic was different. It was always so interesting to me as a young person. And then I'm a foodie, so I love the different foods and shit like that. And there's just different reactions. It's just I mean, isn't that why we find bouquets beautiful, or gardens beautiful, or autumn is beautiful? Because everything is different. Trees change, different colors, different, smells, different tastes, different attitudes. So anyway, if I'm insulting anybody, you're just really not hearing it. You're just one of those ignorant, whiny motherfuckers that we should put on one big cruise ship and then sink it. Rather aggressive. And this is why my girlfriend doesn't let me go to parent-teacher conferences. She's like, dude, they got to get through school. I need them to like the kids. It works in their favor. And, the educators are probably the most idealistic, ignorant motherfuckers I've ever met, especially in the elementary level. you know. And obviously, you know, it's a generalization, and there are intelligent people out there, and some of my friends' wives are teachers that I respect, and I've met a lot of teachers that I respect and understand that are working in a system that just works against them. But for the most part, man, you do not want me around the public school system. Actually, I was offered a honorary degree from a college, and they had asked me to come and teach finance and business classes. And I think I've told you before, but I have no formal education. And you know, I'm a dyslexic, so it was a hard time growing up. And you know, I'm starting a movement, by the way, Dyslexic Lives Matter. So you can contribute through our channel. But anyway, I turned him down, man, because it just wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, you know, because they're kind of indoctrinating these people into, or our students into this like socialist kind of society or communist society. And you know, I mean, I'm going to voice my opinion. I'm going to do what I'm doing right now in front of children or young adults. And I'm sure with all the crybabies now in college, a lot of them will be offended and start an issue. And I'm sure with all the crybabies in administration, the school would be offended. But remember when communism was a bad thing? Now we support the shit. I mean, look what we're doing with China. I mean, yeah, you know, honestly, I think it's anti-American to deal with China. And yet there isn't a thing in America that isn't touched by China, you know, and all our corporations like support it and promote it, and, you know. So everybody could be honest with me too, and just let me know when you're tired of hearing me bitch about all this shit. I can take criticism pretty well. I kind of find criticism sometimes as a wake-up call. I remember I was bitching about something once when I was younger, and a dude just turned to me and looked at me and said, "Don't cry on my shoulder." And that kind of turned around that moment. And I just fixed the problem instead of continuing to cry on it. So it was something I needed. And that was a big lesson. Oh, look at that. 11:30, man. All right, we made money, you know, today. So I can't argue, but I can't get any fucking spread trades off. Just because, I mean, we've run so much, I believe there's a pullback. But I got to figure out how to compensate for the time that I've lost in the money. Is the pullback going to be enough? And I don't want to stack up the position and increase my risk, you know? So, I don't know. I keep weighing this back and forth. But there isn't enough to coax me into the market. You know, it's just like, the payoff just doesn't make sense to me for the amount of risk I feel I'm assuming, unless I'm evaluating the risk poorly. And then, you know what? Generally, when I'm uncomfortable and I'm not decisive, I just say, okay, stay out of the market. And that's what people should learn too. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're perfectly comfortable with the idea, stay the fuck out. You know, I mean, when I know I'm going to make money, I know I'm going to make money. When I question the position, then generally it's a good question. It's just timing's different. Like, I bet that I'm going to see that pullback. It's happening a lot later than I anticipated. And then I don't want to lose patience and jump in, and then I see the pullback and I get these premiums. And this is what goes on in my mind. How do you evaluate your risk? Well, that's what all the indicators are, and also experience. I mean, I'm looking at the market, I'm looking at all the updates, I'm looking at the move, and I'm saying, yo, it's just not logical, man. This should pull back. So, and it's not my risk, all right? I'm evaluating the risk on the market, right? So my risk, I evaluate based on the size of my portfolio and how much risk I'm willing to take on each idea. And I mean, you try to keep that small. A lot of people say 2%. Don't risk more than 2% of your portfolio on any one idea. Some traders don't risk as much as 1%, and some will risk 5%. I mean, that comes down to your tolerance. You really have to work that out for yourself as far as your own portfolio. But what I'm talking about is, am I evaluating the risk in the market appropriately? I mean, there are a lot of variables out there right now. That are questionable, but there are variables out there that are questionable. And then, to listen to the news, I mean, it's all sensationalism. So it's very corrupt. But that messes with your head. So I try to stay away from that. So I look at the price action. I look at what's going on. It's a strange time, man. It's a strange, strange time. I mean, we can't move goods. We're dealing with this COVID. Interest rates are rising. Actually, what's the 10-year doing today? Wow. Oh, that's the net change. Oh, I thought that was the number. 1.63. Okay. So interest rates are up. Where's my daily? Making a little correction. Got my trend line right there. So, is there a formula? Nah. I mean, there are formulas because I have indicators that I wrote that are telling me whether the market's in fair value or overextended. So again, I mean, I've said it 100 times, market could stay irrational longer than most investors can stay liquid. So I'm looking, I'm seeing overextended, but it could still move up, and it could move up over a period of time where I could be, making money, and then it'll turn around and come down. But once I see that extended, I back off. So really, I mean, I backed off probably about 10 days ago, 11 days ago. I really backed off on taking more position and let it move up. So, I mean, I missed out on all these days, like 10 or 11 days I could have had working for me. But I started seeing the exposure and waiting for the pullback. And it went a lot higher than I anticipated the market. I mean, it got overextended, but just kept pushing through it. I mean, right now it's fighting to make new highs, despite what Psycho Broker says. Yesterday's high is 59.67. I mean, we're flirting with it. Oh yeah, we did make a new high. All right, sorry, Psycho Broker. But we're not making that aggressive move up, and this could be the rounding. I mean, the momentum is fading off, and this could be what I'm looking for. But it could, tomorrow could reset and just grind up higher. It's not extremely overextended, but it is slightly overextended. We'll just call it overextended. So yeah, there are formulas, I guess. And there's going to be a pullback. I mean, it's logical. It's just, timing. The timing of the market is always very difficult. That's what Psycho Broker tried to do. He saw the markets run. He said there's going to be a pullback. He tried to time the market. So he's in a trade that he should be in once the market shows a reversal. But he got in. His concept is I'm in early before the reversal. I make the extra money. I mean, I've done that time and time again and lost money. You see a bear flag, and before the flag triggers, you go in because I picked up an extra $2. And when the flag triggers, I'm going to be $2 better than everybody who took that flag. And the flag never triggers, and you take a beating. And I'm sure whoever's listening, some people have done that. So you jump the gun or you get in too early. Dun, 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 dun. So now you're just inside the mind of a dude who's trying to make money in the markets. XOM's doing nicely. Verizon's a nice buy. It's about almost 5%, 2.84% dividend yield. That's not bad. I mean, those dips are what we're looking for to get involved with those things. These guys are looking good. Nice low PE compared to the rest of the industry, the rest of the sector. Its multiples look good. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm so cold. Did somebody take away a like? I could have sworn I had more likes. Might have been an affirmative action person. See, and I sound racist when I say shit like that, but the president of one of my companies was a black man, just so happened. I mean, he was an honorable, intelligent, reliable, strong man, and he was black. And he was an excellent friend of mine, or still is. Well, and I met him in industry. But, he didn't buy into the bullshit, He was just going to do him. And, the reason I probably was able to employ the guy was because the industry was, the majority of the industry was predominantly white and really like Irish white. So like I was in a company just because I was Italian, my prospects were kind of limited, like if you weren't like that Protestant white, you weren't really moving up in this company. And, I didn't gather around people and be like, Italian lives matter. It's just what it is. They were like that. That's fine. I mean, the reality is my firm was bigger than their firm when I was done. So they missed out. I mean, and that's what the market bears. I mean, if you're not smart enough to hire intelligent people, then you're not going to last. And, you ask me, that's the cure for racism and prejudice. I mean, bottom line is you can't survive. I mean, maybe, 50 years ago, but, not now. There's too many people who really don't give a shit what color somebody is. And, those are the people who are going to hire the intellectual capital. And those are the companies that are going to survive. So, I mean, you just wait. And, Earl and his white sheet friends are just going to be a thing of the past. So anyway, because of that ignorance, I was able to hire this dude, at a very young time in my company, where I probably couldn't have afforded a man of his caliber. But, fortunately, the industry wasn't in a position to recognize that. They just saw. And this dude was so black, he was blue. I mean, he was a beautiful man, if you ask me. I mean, he was a really good-looking dude, carried himself well, took good care of his body, so physically looked great, very articulate, well-educated, and better educated than I was, and joined me, and at a price point I can afford. And then obviously as we took off, I took very good care of him. Because I wanted to just keep him happy, and I appreciated what he did with us. So anyway, there's a lot of benefits to racism, right? Gives the small guy with an open mind, or an appreciation for good people, the opportunity to prosper. And we had some good times. And if you're in an orgy with this guy, forget about it. Make sure you get to the women first, because he just fucking exhausts them when he's done. It's like he breaks all the hookers. No, they weren't hookers. They were just, crazy women. But, by the time he's done, they just don't want to be with anybody else. And it's like, he broke the pussy. That's what we used to say. I know it's terrible, and I'm sorry to all my female listeners, but that's what the financial world was about. So we'll just pretend his name is Leo. But you see his ass walk in, you'll be like, no, get to her before Leo gets her. That's not his name, but I don't want to blow up his spot. Very funny. And I don't think anybody ever carried on about his size, man, but he just went to work. Exhausted those girls. Or at least if he's there, you had to have a lot of women. Because, you had to just make sure that there was some that had stamina after he was done with them. then his girlfriend, who turned out to be his wife now, got wind of his behavior. So, and obviously, I was the cause. She hated me. Like, I stripped this dude down and threw him on top of women. But once he got married, he was cool. He never participated. So, okay, I think I've covered the gamut, right? I've insulted minorities. I've offended women. What else could I do? I should just alienate Italians now. Maybe I'll torture some cats on the mic and upset the cat people. No, I couldn't even bring myself to do that. I heard Dave Chappelle's getting sued over something, right? What, did he tell a joke? What a country. He told a joke. Who do you offend, a lesbian? Right, isn't he caught in a litigation? I thought I saw a news article. And I think I find him really funny, man. And he's so intelligent. Like, his insights are just fucking amazing. No, I don't see it, man. I just saw something from New York Times, but they won't let you read unless you pay. Trying to find out what's going on. It's funny how we condemn comedians for telling jokes. All right, well, that's enough of my nonsense. And I have some things to do to get ready for my sale. So I'm going to wrap it up here. Actually, I'm probably going to leave it up. I'll leave the stream up. You won't hear much from me because I'll be running in and out. I just want to watch the market, see what it does. I don't want to turn everything down. So I might jump on and hoot and holler down the road. But I'm going to chill out. I'm going to do a little bit of meditation. This way I could change my focus and I could think more like a pirate than like a landlubber. And I'll catch you guys later. So if you're new, hit the subscribe and hit the bell and hit the like and hit me up after hours. I should be doing my EOM. I know I'm somewhat inconsistent these days, but just keep an eye out. Hopefully they're of value to you guys. So everybody just chill out, be calm, be cool, be at peace, and good luck trading. All right. So you're 30 points, 60 points out of the money. How many contracts you got on?
24.
Wow. Oh man, that's a strong 30-minute bar. What's the time frame? Oh fuck, that baby's closing right here.
What?
I would you know what? When that bar closes, it should dip back a little bit. I would put my order out to try to get out at a break even. You know, just on that minute retrace, which you know will be a couple of ticks, but it might be enough to get you out at a break even. The 5 minute. 5 minutes actually losing steam, but that's a strong 30-minute bar, and that's a strong 60-minute bar, man. You know, it looks like something people are gonna want to get involved with.
So, I mean, you keep saying we're going to dip. It's not happening.
Well, it's not going to dip because I said so.
Why wouldn't you just take a put higher up?
Because I'm expecting a dip.
So fucking frustrating, dude. This is so frustrating, this fucking program.
Well, dude, you everything you're doing has nothing to do with the program. You know, I mean, I told you that everything said don't take that trade. What was it, Friday that you took that trade? You know, yeah. And this is the second time I told you everything said don't take that trade, and you took the trade. You know. So I mean, it has nothing to do with the program. I mean, that's what you got to accept. You know, it's what you're doing. But look right here.
Where's the next resistance, dude? Do you see any resistance anywhere? I can't catch a break here, bro. This is so fucking frustrating.
59.69 is where we're at, right? So we broke. We're right at today's highs. So basically, we're flirting with resistance. Oh wait, that's not.
How are we flirting with resistance?
Wait, hold on. We broke today's highs, right? Yeah. All right. So
yeah, we've been breaking up all day.
Well, I mean, you break it one time. So.
Yeah, but it keeps breaking it. Like.
Well, it keeps making a new high, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, there, you know, 630 is the next resistance, dude. And that's just based on an extension. You can't create a resistance because we're making all new highs, right? The previous high was 545. We're beyond that and making all new highs. So how could we can't create a resistance? I mean, we can't look back because there's no trading up here. I mean, this is the first time in history we've ever traded up here. The best we could do is try a Fibonacci extension. And yo, dude, just put your order out right now at a break even and see what do we got. Oh, we just ticked on the 30-minute. See, and well, we're flat right now. I mean, you might get a little pullback on this 30-minute and get out of break even.
Funny, dude.
Why is that funny? What I'm kind of missing the joke. What do you mean? But then what? But then you don't lose fucking $1,500 a contract on 24 contracts, and then you wait until you see the opportune time and things are all in your favor and you take a fucking trade. Or hey, you know what? Based on the chart, you could have taken a put and you would be fine. But you went against everything and took the call because you knew it was going to pull back, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, this is what it is. So the next extension, the next resistance I actually have, you could call 660.73, which is based on the extension. You know. And I don't really trade using that. So, you know, I can't really attest to how viable that is.
Well, what does your proprietary trading system say? Are we overextended?
Yeah, dude. I've been telling you we're overextended for days, man. We're overextended now. We're not extremely overextended, but we're overextended. And we're overextended on the 60. We're overextended on the 30. It doesn't mean that, you know, it's going to turn around. It means that I wouldn't take a long right here. You know, and then when it does something to confirm that it's turning around, then I would, you know, I would go short. I wouldn't take a short right here either because it's not confirming to me. It could stay overextended for days, grind its way up for days.
Yeah. Oh my God! I don't think we're getting a doji today, bro.
Well, what am I looking at? It opened at 53 and it's at 67. So you know, you're talking about 14 points. I mean, if it comes back 14 points, we got a doji. If it comes back 10 points, we got a doji.
I don't know, bro. I don't see it, dude. I just see so much strength. I really feel that the markets are waiting for FANG stocks to see what the fuck they can do.
Hey, could be the case, man. Could be the case. I mean, you know, just because it's extended right now, it could go into consolidation. You know, it could come down 10 or 15 points and get fair value and then continue its march up.
For the next month or two, what are you going to do?
I'll look at it as it comes. I can't anticipate that now. I had said to you earlier that if this goes into November, I'd be more comfortable with the move up. Right now, I think it's going to flush out. You know, seasonality has a lot to do with market trading. Yeah, you know, and you know, I'm confident we'll see our Christmas rally. So, you know, that shit's going to start happening in a week to 2 weeks into November. You know, then I'll take a different position. Yeah, you know, and I'll see what I'll do. I mean, yeah, you know, I'm not going to anticipate moves. Yeah, you know.
Is that what we do for a living?
No, we don't anticipate moves. What we do is we trade on what the market's doing. When the market
the market's ripping right now, what trade would you take?
The market is ripping right now, and everything calls for a put spread. So I would take a bullish trade because the market's ripping right now, right? But I'm not comfortable with it, so I'm not taking the trade. You dig?
Yeah.
Just because of seasonality and everything. When things roll around, what I mean, this isn't a. I mean, things are probabilities, and probabilities are a result of mathematics. But there's a certain amount of art to it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's not a guarantee. Like 1 + 1 = 2. That's not how the fucking market works. You know. I mean, this market could be irrational, and you can get politicians come out and praise the market and just keep the market moving up, overextended. You know, that's what a bubble is. So, I mean, that's what you're dealing with. Yeah, and you know, I expect exactly what you expected when you put on this trade, that the market is going to correct. You just wanted to take a gamble that it was going to. I just want to wait until it does. And you know what? I even took a position that says the market's going to correct, but I did it in a different fashion where I have very little risk, you know? So I'll probably lose. I think I'm up to like $25 a spread. But you might lose $1,500 a spread, you know? And I think my position is more likely to lose than your position, but for $25, I don't mind, you know? And if I'm right and my position pays off, it's $1,500 a contract. For that $25 risk, that's cool. I'm playing the market, same as you.
No doubt.
You hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I meant metaphorically. You hear me?
You know, I hear you, bro.
So, look, man, this market is pulling back. Get out of this fucking trade at a break even. You're uncomfortable. As soon as you're uncomfortable, get the fuck out of the trade. Stop worrying about the profits you miss. Worry about the capital you might lose. There'll be profits, man. There'll be time. It'll come, and you'll make money. Until you made that one mistake, you were doing very, very well.
I know.
So that's cool. And you know what? Nothing to beat yourself up about. Forgive yourself over it. Do the same thing you did before. Yeah, you know, stick with the program. Yeah, you know, make the moves in the right direction. Don't get overly cocky, and you're going to do fine. You're going to be fine. So, look, and it looks like it's building a bull flag on the 30. I mean, it's way early in the bar, but if you see a break even, get the fuck out of this. You don't need this aggravation. Life's too short.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
All right.
You putting that trade on? Yeah, you getting out of the trade or no?
I mean, dude, I saw today 30 cents. We're at 50 cents right now. I mean, If I can see 35 to 40 cents, I'll probably get rid of it.
What's your break even?
I mean, with ticket charges, I could probably take 50 cents right here and be break even.
Oh, okay. So it's not. Oh, really? All right. I definitely recommend you get out of break even. Yeah, you don't even like the position. I mean, you know that's why you're all pissy right now because you don't like the position.
I do. I think there's resistance at 600, bro. How much higher can this market go? I know you can say infinity, but
but dude, how much do you want to risk on that bet? You know what I'm saying? I mean, what's that bet worth to you? And how long have you been saying how much further could this market go? I mean, I agree with you. I think it ought to be turning around right now. How much further could this fucker go? That's why I haven't put on some trades. Because you know what? When it tanks and I can get some juice and I'm far out of the money, that's when I want to put on the trade. And every day I say, okay, is today the fucking day? We're playing the same game, you and I. I just don't want to risk my capital.
All right, dude, I'll talk to you. You watching or are you doing yard work and shit?
I'm chilling now. I'm gonna watch a little bit right now. I finished up what I had to do.
Bro, Tesla's almost at 1,000.
I know, man. I know. And my old man was telling me he was trading it and he's out. And I'm like, why the fuck you out? Everybody's calling for 1,000. He's like, I could buy it when it dips back. That was last night.
He was trading it?
No. Like last week, he was like in and out of it. I mean, he's another guy. I mean, no fucking idea what he's doing. And so anyway, last night he's like, I'll buy it back like $8.50. I was like, alrighty. Look at this fucking run, man. 87 points just overnight. Fuck out of here.
Crazy.
Yep.
Well, that scares me, dude. That's holding the markets up.
Yeah, that's definitely that's the problem S&P's having right now. But these are the things. You know what I'm saying? Like you see these dojis and you're saying, this fucker's ready for a turnaround, and then you get an anomaly like Tesla that's up 88 points. And that fucks up everything. And then I don't know. We find out Yellen's a hermaphrodite, and everybody gains confidence in her decisions, and the fucking market goes up again. I mean,
any news coming out this week?
No, anything substantial. Friday, I think there's a report that's substantial, and next week there's a shitload of stuff coming out. But other than earnings, we have a shitload of tech earnings starting to pop now. But a lot of people are a little apprehensive over the tech earnings. So maybe we get one or two bad going forward announcements, and that's the catalyst to, rationalize the market. And then, with these dojis, we don't even know if it's going to be an aggressive pullback. It could just be a consolidation to get ready for the next move up, I mean, even if it goes into consolidation, you're looking good.
Yeah, but I think if there's a catalyst to bring this fucking thing higher, it's going to be earnings, dude.
Yeah, that's the only thing out there to bring it higher.
It just keeps going up, dude.
Yep. Yeah, it does. But you know what? I mean, you got 4 minutes before you could really judge what this bar is going to do. Because usually, like I said, the 30-minute bar, moves one way, and then the next half of the 30-minute bar, it moves the other way. So it's usually a second move on the 30-minute bar. Usually. It's not a guarantee, but it's more times than not, the second move on the bar is the direction. Well, more times than not, it turns around. But sometimes, the second move is another push up.
Well, as is apparent here, dude.
Well, not yet, because we're still in the first minute, so it's actually behaving the way you should expect. Once we're below the 15-minute mark, then you'll understand. If it doesn't start correcting, then you know that this bar is going to keep pushing. But I mean, it would be more logical if it just kind of consolidated around here and made a flag, and then a 30-minute flag is an aggressive move up.
I think we just broke another high. Yep, we did.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, dude. And I got bills to pay, dude. I can't fucking not make money like you, bro.
I got bills to pay too, bro. I'm not looking to get any poorer.
Look at this, dude.
See, yeah.
What?
You can't take those risks, especially when you have money to make, because you get, you would have been okay if you didn't take that last trade, for the month. I mean, you gotta be a little more risk adverse, man.
I know.
But, that's all right. I mean, you know, I mean, I want to suggest that you don't really need to go to paper trading. You just need to stop getting drunk when shit's going your way. You know? So anyway, that's not going to help you right now. But yeah, I would look to get out of this fucker at a break even and look for a better trade.
You think it goes through the fucking spread, dude?
I think the possibility exists. I mean, this fucking spread is hard, man. But again, you're only 60 points away. You know, I mean, Tesla just had an 85-point day. We get a 50-point day out of some euphoria tomorrow, and you know, you're fucked. Right? We saw 50-point days, you know, on the upside. And the fact that we consolidated over these past few days, I mean, you know, if we had a 50-point day yesterday, I'd say, yo, yeah, you know, not likely. 60 and we had a 36-point day, really, a 36-point swing Friday, but I mean, basically a flat day, you know, so I mean, that's a consolidation. I mean, so it's possible that we can, you know, pull off another 40 or 50 or even 60-point day.
I just don't get, Dave, even at 5,300, that's a 5% correction. You think we're going to get that in 10 days, bro? Like, you're being really cautious here, dude.
Yes, I am. I am being cautious, man, but I just saw a shitload of 70 and 80-point days, man. You know? And
70, 80 point up days.
No, and we saw 70, 80-point down days, dude. So the volatility's there. You know, I mean, everything's telling me there's a lot of volatility in the market. I don't want to be exposed like that. Yeah, you know, fuck it. There are better times for me to trade than that. I mean, everything's telling me I could take a trade at under 340. Everything's telling me I could take a trade under 340. I mean, 220 points. I'm kind of comfortable with that. But then again, when I look at the fucking spread, there's nothing in it, you know? And I would I mean, if we pull back to the upper Keltner and they give me something in that trade, I'll take that trade.
What's your upper Keltner right now?
496.
I don't think it's happening, dude. Honest to God.
Well, I mean, I don't trade on what we think. I trade on what the market's doing. You know, that's the bottom line. So I'm not going to force a trade because you don't think it's happening. Even if I don't think it's happening, I'm not going to force a trade. The reality is this is what the numbers are telling me, and this is what the premium is. I mean, I'm just not fucking taking that trade. See, that's what you're having a hard time getting your head around. That, you know, sometimes you just don't take a fucking trade. You sit on your hands, you let it go, you wait for the next one. And there's always another. You know, I guess you're just, you know, at the wire and got to make some money.
All right, man. I'm going to go. Talk to you.
All right. I'll be around. There you go. Psycho trader. Yesterday, he's texting, boom, there it is, baby, making money. Or at least Friday. And today, Dave is making the market move up against him. So anyway, I mean, the lesson is that if you have a set of rules, you establish a set of rules that work for you and make money, you don't break your rules. You don't go outside your rules. And I think everybody was on the phone when he put that trade on with me. And I said, don't take the trade and, you know, everything like that. And, you know, there he is. He took the trade. He knew better than me. And now he still knows better than me, even though he's learning. And he's yelling at me because I didn't put on a trade. But, yo, last month was profitable for me. This month is profitable for me, you know. And he lost all his profits and ate into his capital. But he knows better. So what do you think? You think I could turn this guy around and make him a good trader? No, he's not happy at all. Would you be happy, man? I mean, yo, you know what? I think he lost $9,000 last month. He's got 24 contracts at 1,500, and if this blows up, it's another 36,000. Basically, if he blows up right here, he's out of the industry. He's got 36. Yeah. And you know what? He said, oh, I'll never do that again. I'll never put on so much again. Da, 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 da. So now he's down to like 30 contracts. that he could handle, and he's got 24 on. So he's right. He didn't put his whole portfolio in. So he left 6 contracts at 1,500. So he left about $9,000 on the table that he gets to play with. Hopefully he takes his wife on a vacation, or their last hurrah, because he's a prick. And if he's not making money, you know she's not sticking with his ass. See, and this is what I think about. If I have business with this guy, if I can't get him out of this habit, I wouldn't do it, because he'll end up blowing up company accounts, you know, with the I know better attitude. Does he have a day job? No, he doesn't have a day job. I mean, he's a smart cat, and he makes a lot of money. He used to sell like these light up sneakers, and he was actually tied up with which was a guy who used to work for me too. Not Jewel, but the other company that Jewel was fighting with. They created that company, and he kind of stole their ideas and went out. And there was a legal issue between him and another guy who used to work for me, who has a cigarette company. But he made a lot of money selling cigarettes, selling different products. Like once he had a kid and saw like what it cost for him to get all his baby products and stuff, he set up a website and was selling baby products. I mean, the guy knows how to make money. Yeah, it sounds like he's got to pay bills, but you know what? He probably has a savings, and it's just fucking killing him that'll dip into the savings. I mean, you know, he's an Indian, and yeah, you know, he's cheaper than a Jew. I know it's terrible. But yeah, you know, there are consistencies to stereotypes. And to tell you the truth, I mean, yeah, you know, like a Sicilian's no different. You've got a better shot of dishonoring a Sicilian's daughter than messing with his money. Oh, there it goes. Oh man, this guy's got to be fucking squirming. And he could have saw a break even. He could have been out of the fucking thing at a break even 15 minutes ago, and he's still sitting in it because he's got to make money. But he's going to call him bitch. And every time I tell him, look, the market's overextended, I'm expecting a pullback, but I'm not trading on that. I'm waiting for the pullback before I trade. And he just jumps the gun. Yeah, if you have to make money and you're trading, you have to be able to separate yourself from it. Because if the need to make money is your motivation to trade, you're going to make bad choices, like this guy, you know? So he's putting on trades because he has to make money, but he would have made more money had he not put on trades. And his month was covered. I mean, he could have stopped before he put on that last trade, and he would have paid his bills, and he would have been fine, you know. But greed, baby, greed gets the best of us. One of the 7 deadly sins. Ooh, I have heartburn and a half. The 7 deadly sins. Tesla hits 1 trillion market cap for the first time. Fucking Elon. He's doing a spread, Anth, and I've been working with him, and I kind of taught him my spread program and everything. And he did really well, man. He did really well. I think he was looking at like 14% on his capital each month. And then, you know, he got drunk from the scent of his own perfume and just took an aggressive trade and put everything on, which is like classic, man. Any books you read, any traders you talk to, they're like, look, just don't do this. This is like the number one cause of brokers blowing up is, they go against their rules and then they just put on huge trades because they think they're infallible. You're welcome, PR Yeti. And he blew himself up last month. And he's about to do it now. And I told him, you're at a break even. Fuck it. Get out of it. You don't need this aggravation right now. And he's not even, his loss right now is not terrible. I mean, maybe it'll be down $100, $200. But he can't bring himself to make it. He hangs on to that idea that I'm going to make money. I got to make money. And, you fucked. You fucked. Hopefully the market just stalls around here. And, time will diminish it. So he put on a call spread. And everything called for a put spread. Based on the indicators I use and the risk management I use and everything I taught him said, so he said, no, I'm taking this and I'll be out of it in 1 or 2 days. And he's like, look, we'll make this money. I was like, dude, I'm not going with you on this trade. It's a bad trade. It's against all the rules. You can't do that either, man. Let it go. That trade is done, Ant. You can't wish you still had your Tesla. You don't have your Tesla. There's nothing it's going to bring it back. Let it go. Focus on what the market's doing. There's a lot of emotion in this, and you can't beat yourself up over shit you have no control over. So this 30-minute bar is looking a little ominous. And the problem here is if it turns around right here, it'd be like, see, you told me to sell it, and da-da-da. And he doesn't get the point. I told you to sell it because you don't need that kind of exposure. You don't need that risk, not for 30 cents a contract or $30 a contract. And yeah, man, I'm expecting a pullback, and things are telling me this fucker should pull back, but it's not telling me what date and what time. And that's what this guy's trying to trade on. It's like, oh, you said it. Well, yeah, and I'm right, man. It's just, when is it going to happen? Well, okay. How are you doing with directionals, Ant? It's not that easy. I mean, there are directionals to take here and there. But his problem is not the trading philosophy. His problem is not any one trading philosophy. His problem is his self-discipline. He can't choose a trading philosophy and then stick to the rules. So even if he was directional trading, he would be anticipating moves and he wouldn't be trading based on, facts and probabilities. He would be jumping in and out of shit. And then when it doesn't work, he style jumps, so that means you go from one style to another. And every style doesn't work every day. You could go months, 2 months with your style and it just, it's just not working with the market. And then it rolls around, your style starts working again. So that happens all the time. So trading is not about every winning trade. Trading is a long-term thing where over the long run, you net out positive. So it's a compilation of wins and losses. It's just your wins end up greater than your losses. Net, you made money. But people look at trading like, I lost today, I lost yesterday, I lost, I lost again tomorrow, and this style doesn't work. And then they jump to another style. And it may take off for them for a little while and then it stops working. Well, again, I mean, seasonality, everything. Styles stop working, I hit 98% of the time on my spreads. So 2% of the time it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't mean the philosophy's blown up. I mean, this guy, just jumps all over the fucking place. And actually, the style even didn't even blow up on him. He just went the wrong way in anticipation of a market move. He wasn't on all day. This is the first conversation I had with him today, Anthony. So if you were on earlier, it was just a quiet, boring day. And actually, I think the market went our direction early in the morning, and I got a few euphoric texts from him. Yeah, like here's one text. I love seeing red. And then it started happening. Then I got a market keeps moving up, annoying. And then I got a WTF. And then it started getting aggressive. Where do you see resistance? Looks like a hammer forming for the daily. Just broke a new high. Are you around? Fucking crazy guy. And I told him, yo, once you start feeling this, this is where you get out. This is where you close the position. You shouldn't be feeling all this emotion. If it feels wrong, it's wrong. Time to go. You're welcome there, Mr. Yeti. Just read your text again. It's nice to be thanked. And when the market rips like this, then he gets condescending almost. I'm like, well, you know what? It looks like it's consolidating. Oh, that's what you said before. Well, dude, there's no fucking guarantee on anything here. I mean, this is just giving you insight to what it's doing, and then you make your choices directly. It's not, it's not like running a business where A plus B equals C. And then even there are variables, Difficult guy. So anyway, I'm just going to keep the stream up, while I'm around. Yeah, it is higher highs the whole way up. And not a lot of chopping around. I'm looking at the 10-minute. We had that dip. If you took that hammer on the 5-minute, I'm looking at rather, if you took that break, you would have had that little bit of a pullback, and then it just climbed up. There's a little consolidation, and it just worked its way up. Might have been an easy day. I had a really good trade this morning. I mean, that break to the downside was aggressive, and on my last third, I picked up about 500 a contract. So I picked up 175, I think 3.25 or 375 on the second third, and then 500 a contract. So it was a nice day. It was a real good payoff today. And then, I just flaked out. Not flaked out. There was just nothing going on, and I have chores to do before I head south. So I got on that. Get on it. We're coming into the second half of the day, and we'll see what that holds. Now would be a good time to look for a close, because that 30-minute, that doji, I keep saying that today, that doji could indicate that the trend is stopping. But you could have just trailed behind the 30-minute bar, and your stop right now would be at about 65.49. So you'd only be risking about $2 a contract. So probably $100. Oh, $2. So about $100 a contract. Nah, I mean. You know what? I didn't even look how much they were. I just kind of got in and got out, so I don't recall. A peaky, I guess. Maybe see some trading or something. Hey, Sweet Pea. Were you on earlier? I hope I didn't offend you earlier. Yeah, not. I don't trade SPY index at all. I trade the S&P 500, and I use options to trade that. I don't trade equities, but I do invest in equities. So yeah, for my directionals or short-term income trades and stuff like that, I use the SPX and I use options contracts to do that. So even if I take a directional, I'll use an options contract to take the directional. If I trade a spread, then I'll use the S&P 500 option contracts to trade that spread. The SPY, I mean, I would have to do like 10 times the amount of shares to see the same money movement that I see in the SPX. So just don't trade that, which is fine. I mean, lots of people do that. But, I mean, it's harder to get your orders off. And if you're working on, large size on the SPX, then, it's 10 times the size on the SPY. It'll be hard for me to get my order off. And yeah, do I only trade large cap? Well, I don't get into the hype. I mean, I'm not looking to get in on the ground floor of shit, and I'm not, I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I usually don't like to talk numbers, but I picked up 10 grand today just on my trades, on my directional. So, I mean, how much am I really going to chase? So I don't need to trade everything. I don't have to be in the next hot stock. And I definitely don't participate in the meme shit and the euphoric squeezes. And I mean, everybody who's new to the market thinks they figured something out, but I've seen that shit time and time again. And you hit 1 or 2 times and then you end up getting blown up. But I mean, and my goal is not to trade all sorts of things. My goal is to make money trading. So if I have a program and a system and things work out for me and I'm making money, then fuck it. I don't need to run around and find 100 different things to do. I just need to make money. And I'm sure I'm outperforming a lot of guys. And I've been doing this since 97, so I'm not changing it now. But again, as far as investing, I invest in companies. And I talk about that in my end of the day or my early morning market, or sometimes during the day I talk about what I do. And I don't take a lot of different securities because that's a lot of shit to manage. I don't need to manage things. I take some of the best stuff that I like or what I like. Usually, as far as my investments, I'm looking for dividend paying stocks and things that don't have a lot of volatility and just keep appreciating and not eating up my capital. So right now I'm in XOM. I've been participating in that for a long time. Verizon, which is paying almost 5% dividend, as far as investing. I mean, they're not exciting. It doesn't move a lot. I'm watching PPLT, and I'm chipping away at that. That's a palladium company, just because, once the economy starts rocking and rolling and cars stop moving, catalytic converters eat up palladium. And it's a commodity, so I mean, it's going to appreciate anyway, so it's a good play. I like Disney, and we've been getting involved in Disney a lot cheaper than here, long term. I have Viacom, and I still think it's going to be a $62 to $64 stock. Doesn't pay a dividend, a little outside my criteria, but I don't know, just something about it is attracting me to it. I'm getting a little bored. I wish it would make the move already. Oh, good. I'm glad you weren't here because I was kind of telling stories about my life in the brokerage industry or investment banking industry. And, it's like Sodom and Gomorrah over there. And some of my language was a little foul. But I was in a mood this morning anyway. And I was telling a story about my friend, I think we called him Leo. I just don't want to use any real names. And some of my experiences with him. Good dude. Has a whole bunch of kids now. Family man now. Look at this. It's pushing up. I'm surprised we're not hearing from Psycho Broker. He probably won't call because I told him to close that position at a break even before he got hurt. And now it just keeps grinding up. He's going to call. What does your indicators tell you? And I'm going to tell him the same thing. It's telling me that the market's overbought. But he thinks because I said that, it's going to nosedive. A lifeline, Ant. I thought, yeah, you know, there's a ton of, oh, you hurt your back, right? And you kind of been laid up, so you can't really work. But you were working on some boats not too long ago. Oh, you wish you heard it? Nah, I'd rather you didn't hear it. Yeah, they're good stories. They're wild stories. Like I said, it's a Sodom and Gomorrah kind of thing, Sweet Pea. But, yeah, you know, keep tuning in, man. I tell lots of stories. Especially when the market's slow and I start, you know, just going off on a rant or a tangent. And then I start telling stories. I got tons of stories, man. I'm just waiting. Have you heard the Psycho Broker, Sweet Pea? The Psycho Trader? I've had him on since the middle of last week. Or I've exploited him, I should say, since the middle of last week. Should be calling again shortly. Especially after this move up. What are we up? 25? Still not an impressive day. I mean, 25 is a normal move for a day. Just a lot of demons out there. So how'd you hurt your back, Anthony? Yeah, he is intense. Bear Stearns stories. Oh, man. I have Stratton Oakmont stories. I have JT Moran stories. I have stories from my firm. Bear Stearns were like choir boys. But interesting industry, man. I mean, it was crazy. Back in the day, I was talking to one dude who I knew. I forget what company he worked for, but he was in the financial department for the corporate finance and did risk management for the corporation. Yeah, you know, but an investment bank and trading firm and stuff like that. And he actually left the industry because the culture changed so much. You know, it was really a wild party kind of industry. And now it got very, very corporate. I mean, you know, sexual harassment suits flying all over the place and, you know, and things like that. And I mean, back in the day, I don't really know of anybody who legitimately was a predator sex-wise, or I would deem as sexual harassment. But I mean, there was a lot of sexual activity that went on, and I mean, guys and girls all game, and yeah, you know, I mean, everything. I mean, bisexual, trisexual, farm animals. I mean, it was just a crazy, crazy scene, but it was all very accepted. I mean, everybody was into it. I mean, yeah, you know what? I mean, theoretically, in companies, they didn't want relationships, and there were guidelines and shit like that. But everybody turned their heads. I mean, it was work hard, play hard kind of concept, and the whole industry kind of marched to that beat. And then slowly, the prima donnas moved in, and the culture changed. But I mean, yeah, you know, the culture of the country has changed. Everybody's so fucking sensitive, and everybody's a crybaby, and everybody wants shit to be fair, you know. It was just some hard-hitting people in the industry back in the day, and you had to have thick skin, and you had to be able to take it as good as you give it, and it was, yeah, you know, everybody enjoyed it. I'm actually glad I retired when I did, because I know that I would have been taken up on some raps. You know, just people trying to cash in. You know, you didn't get that back in the day when I was there. People didn't try to cash in on shit like that. And I don't know anybody who ever got any gratis from sleeping around. You know, like, I mean, they participated in it because it was just fun. You know, you worked your ass off. And what am I missing here? And, you know, when you blew off steam, it was just intense. And it was cool. But I hear a lot of stuff now where a lot of people I know who are genuinely good people are you know, getting railroaded. And I never ended up with an enemy out of it. I certainly wouldn't want my daughter in the industry, though. Although she's, you know, she's tough enough and she can handle herself, and I'm sure whatever transpires would be to her benefit. You know, she would be satisfying herself, but I don't like the thought. Anybody watch Dune? I watched it this weekend. Kind of slow. Yep, people are way too sensitive, man. Ha, that's funny. Oh my God, you might know the firm, because yeah, they actually, there was a room that they referred to as a boom boom room. That's very, very funny. And it was like really a classroom. And it was, yeah, you know, it was nice. Had nice couches and everything. It was like a cool way to set up a classroom. But, yep, the firm referred to it as the boom boom room. So I guess you would have been comfortable at the firm there, Sweet Pea. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we're trading off a little bit. I mean, you can't really say we're going down because it's just a little consolidation on that move up. We're even still above that last bar. Oh, now my shoulder's hurting me. I hate this cold weather. Did I ever mention that I don't like the cold? Mm-mm-mm. My package was delivered. I didn't see my package. All right, I'm going to take about 10 minutes and drive down the mountain and see if they left the package at the mailbox at the foot of the driveway. So I'm going to leave it up. I'll be back in a few. Oh, got some more sweet pea. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was actually a lot of fun, the industry, for a while. There was a lot of camaraderie too, when I first opened the firm and built it up. But I remember at one point I heard somebody say that somebody took $5 off their desk, and it just broke my heart, man, because there was a time that would never happen. And then I mean, we were pretty big, and there's a lot of people, but I mean, for a long time it was just love, man, you know, between everybody at the firm, and a lot of camaraderie and a lot of support, and nobody would ever take a dime from another person. And it just broke my heart when I heard that, man. And I knew, I was like, everything's changing. And then, yeah, you know, I started to get the crybabies and the whiners. And, you know, one dude came in, he's like, look, man, I need at least a month off, you know, a month of vacation. I was like, a month of vacation? He's like, dude, I'll forget who the fuck you even are. Like, get out of here, man. You know, not right guy for me. So yeah, it's a different animal. And it was diverse because we used to sponsor visas for people to come over from other countries, and we put them to work. And so the firm was really diverse, and it was really interesting. I mean, all the different accents, and we had different teams. We had French speaking teams, we had Russian speaking teams, we had Chinese speaking teams, we had Latin speaking teams, Latin American or Spanish speaking teams, Japanese team. We had a Polish team, and Punjabi, and oh yeah, and tons of Indians. We had a huge Indian team, and it was just so funny because everybody was out of their mind, but it was like, you know, everybody had that same lunacy personality with all these different accents. And it's really interesting to see, you know, like a wild white American guy partying with a wild Indian dude or a wild Chinese dude. You know, it was a great scene. Yeah, Ant, I'm gonna go run down and you know, see if they left the package in my mailbox, and then I'll come back and I'll talk to you about that. Um, Oh, I opened the firm in around 97, and I sold it to the employees in 2011. I mean, I still have my fingers in some other firms, but that was my firm. And there was actually there was three different firms. There was a financial company, a transaction finance company, and private placement. All right, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right, I'm back. So, so Anth, what do you want me to show you? Because the setups are the same. I mean, it's just the contract is different. The movement is the same. Here, let's see. My futures are delayed, but you know, we could still look at it. Bink, betting, gink, binking, dink. So here's a 5-minute. And if we go back to the open, well, the open is different. But so here's a hammer, right? And I know you trade a lot of hammers. You would trade the break of this hammer and just take the contract. It's all the same. You know, here's the high of the day right here, or a high. And we usually take that trade breaking to an all new high. And that's it. You just take that trade and trade it. I mean, you could see that the pattern is relatively the same in the future as it is in the SPX on the 5-minute. Bink. So, you know, the difference is that the future trades throughout the night. So this would have been that run down and would have created that hammer, you know, pre-market, and at the market at this hour, it would have you would have had your entry right here. The only difference is the future, you know, is a little bit more whippy because it's not the index. Oh, I'm looking at the TX. My goodness. So the futures are a little more whippy than. So here's the hammer on the S&P that we saw on the futures. So you get more movement in the future, is what I'm saying. But yeah, the E-mini, that's exactly it. The symbol is ES. It's the E-mini. And they have micros too if you want to start even smaller. It's 1/10 of the E-mini, and it's a good place to start. I mean, you know, it's nickels and dimes, but it's a good place to get your whistle wet and you know, build up a little capital and then move up, you know, to the E-mini. E-micro, and I know Ninja Trader has a really reasonable price on them. And the margin requirements, I mean, if you're going to trade futures, I would look to set up a Ninja Trader account, because the margin requirement on one contract is $500. So, you know, every time you take a contract, that's all you need to have $500 in your account. So I think you said you had starting out with a $5,000 account. Which with $5,000, I would start out trading the micros, but you know, you could easily take 10 contracts, although I don't recommend that you do that. So so yeah, you know, just use the same exact setups. The charts are going to look the same. Everything's going to look the same. It's just the instrument is different, and it'll give you the ability to day trade, because there are no day trading rules in commodities and futures. You have any specific questions, let me know. I mean, there's not much more I could tell you. There's no difference. I mean, you can understand how contracts, how futures work, but yeah, you know, it's relatively the same thing as an option, in my opinion. So if you can understand options, you can understand futures contracts. I mean, it's pretty much works the same way. I keep umming. Do you know that symbol? Yeah, ES. ES is the root for the option. I don't know how you call it up on your platform. On this platform, on my TradeStation platform, it would be @ ES. And on Ninja Trader, it was just ES and the acronym. So, but there's obviously resource to get information on your platform, and you should know how to acquire that information. I find a lot of new traders do that, and they're always asking the mentor, what's the symbol, how do you do this? And you're a trader, you should know how to retrieve all that information from your software, and it's different with every software, so that's why you should get in the habit of retrieving that information yourself, because if you jump to another platform, you're going to have to be able to do that anyway. Or if you find another vehicle that you want to trade, you're going to want to be able to know how to access that information. And you should know your software inside out and backwards, because we're not only traders, but we're actually software athletes. Software athletes. I think I feel that the futures is a little more telltale than actually the index. Like, you can get a feel for what the index is going to do if you're watching the futures. It's not that one leads the other. They trade in lockstep. It's just that the patterns seem a little more dramatic in the futures. Like, it might trade 1 or 2 ticks more because of buying pressure or selling pressure. And it's just, the patterns become very obvious. And you could trade simulated in futures also. Yes, ES is the E mini. And I mean, you can Google it, but there should be a symbol lookup in your software, and it should tell you exactly how to enter it. But I'm sure Googling it will accomplish the same goal. No, NQ is the NASDAQ. And ES is the S&P. And YM would be the Dow. So if you just enter /NQ, then just enter /ES, and that would be the S&P 500 future. And RTY is the Russell. Yes, /. I guess the / is the indicator for your software. For my software, it would be the @ symbol. Extended trading hours, I think, is ETH. And you want extended trading hours. So if there's a setting, you want 24/7, because they trade through the evening. They shut down at like 4:30, I think, or 5:30, and then open again at 6 in the evening, and then trade through the night. And then they shut down Friday at 4:30 and open again Sunday evening at 6. extended trading hours, I believe, or at least on my platform, you have extended trading hours, and you have session hours and things like that. So you might have American market trading hours, and but you want the extended so that you see the price action in the evenings, overnight, and in the mornings prior to the market open. And play with this in simulated, man. Don't put any money on this until you're comfortable with it. Don't be a psycho trader. You could even take options on future contracts. They have options on future contracts. They have derivatives on derivatives. I like what's going on here with the 30-minute. Yeah, no, I'm paper trading right now. Yeah, the E-mini, I mean, during the market hours, the E-mini is in lockstep. I mean, it's a reflection of what the S&P is doing. That's, it's the futures on the S&P. So, yeah, it's a reflection of what the S&P is doing. So if the S&P is going up, the E-mini is going up. If the S&P is going down, the E-mini is going down. It's pretty much buck for buck. But it might be maybe 1 or 2 ticks out just based on supply and demand and market makers. But for the most part, yeah, the movement is pretty much the same. Yeah, the charts are going to look relatively similar, except the extended hour. There's no extended hour on the SPX, and so you won't have that through the night kind of pattern. No, we got a few people on us. Everybody, make sure you hit the bell and hit the like and hit the subscribe. And if you want to support the channel, you cheap son of a guns, you could hit me up on Patreon or a one-time donation on PayPal. I'm so sorry. Mm-hmm. No, I don't even think I have that software in here. Hands across the board. See, this is actually a nice setup. If it traded back to the open, which is probably about 10 points. That'd be a nice doji telling me, so 550. Oh, that's like 16 points. That'd be a nice doji telling me that this upward trend might be coming to an end. 553. I wonder if this guy... Oh, thanks for all the likes, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if this guy closed that position at the break-even. I mean, he's got to be seeing that break-even again. Even with these pullbacks, it's got to come back kind of aggressively. Man, I can't find a trade to save my life. All right, ladies and germs. You know what? I'm probably going to leave the stream up because I want to come back and do my end of the day. But I'm going to go run around. I want to wash my hands and chill out. Maybe find a little something to eat. And probably stop back in from time to time throughout the afternoon. But if Sweet Pea's not talking to me anymore, I might as well go. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hey, Sweet Pea, if I take a directional, I will take an at the money directional, or a Delta 50 directional, or Delta 50 put or call. But I'm always at the money, and if I do that, then I know I pick up about 50 cents for every dollar the market moves. All right, all right, all right. Market's pushing down a little bit. We've got some questions on the board. Market's is about to close. So somebody's looking for some support on Tesla. It looks like the whole country is supporting Tesla. But I'm going to show you on a daily. Wow, dude. I mean, you got to fear this gap right here, you know. So, I mean, on a daily, your next support, your first support on Tesla, is 866.37. So, you know, I mean, you could look at gaps and really consider them support. So, really, I guess your next support would be the low of today, which is 944.20. Breaking that, you could look for it to close the gap. That would be your second support, and then probably around this congestion right here at the 804 area, plus or minus. This might be a minor support right there. Oops, excuse me. Fading out, ready for my milk and cookies. But that's pretty huge. Huge, huge, huge. If we look at a 60, let's see what we got over here. It's just parabolic, man. I would still hold the gap as support. That would be my support. And that's how I would look at it, guys and girls. SPX. I mean, you can see how the momentum histogram is fading. There's not that much energy behind it, or as much as before. But really, people could just be sitting on the sidelines waiting for earnings and then get behind this thing. That's a powerful daily bar. It's not what I was looking for today, and it just shows a consistent upward movement. I mean, hard to tell where this baby's going. Look at that, man. Look at that. That's huge. You can consider that a consolidation, and then it took off right there. But I'm still arguing that this thing is overextended on the dailies. But I'm not getting an extreme indication, so it could just grind up a few more days, man. It's killing me, killing me, killing me, killing me. Just blowing up my plans. I'm not making no money. Well, I made money on directionals, but I don't look at that. That's kind of just gravy. I like my trading program to be consistent. I am looking at stuff, but it's too scary. Way too scary. And let's take a look at the 10-year. 10 years pulled back a little bit. There's my bullish line right there. That's a reasonable retrace. Might be heading down for 1590 or 1.59. Might be a rabbit. I don't see anything there. You could see that the 60-minute is in an obvious downtrend. It looks like it's going to make another leg right here, down. So we might come in clocking this right here. So that's 1.61 or so. But that pull down will keep the NASDAQ pushing up. So anyway, that's it. I'm getting tired. I'm pretty groggy. I slept real good last night too. So anyway, I hope everybody's calm and cool. And I definitely recommend a little meditation before you trade. You should be at peace when you're trading. And hit the bell, hit the subscribe, hit the like. because it goes a long way. And hit me up tomorrow at 9:30, and we'll see what's up. And good luck trading.